We'll start the agenda. Thank you and good morning. It's 9:30. I'll call the meeting to order. I'll start with the adoption of the agenda, administration, any additions, deletions.
There was a request for a deletion by Councillor McNeil for 8.1.
Energy improvement program, reason for wanting to remove it?
Just looking for more information from administration and to give them the time to be able to provide that information.
Okay, checking with council, anybody have an objection with removing 8.1? Not seeing any. Anything else from administration then? Just the removal of 8.1. Council, I guess we have 8.1, anything else? Not seeing any. Councillor Coogan?
Yeah, I'll move that we accept the agenda as submitted.
Thank you, councillor. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? That's moved. Adoption of minutes. I'll start with 4.1, September 24, 2025, regular council meeting. Anything, or if not, if somebody wants to make a motion, Councillor Whitten.
The council, so it's the first one, right?
Yep.
Amend the one, that one?
Yeah, this one is amending the minutes.
Yeah, so the council amend the minutes of September 2024, or September 24th, 2025 regular council meeting as previously adopted by inserting the omitted motion under item 7.3, policy 80-2007 employee recognition program to read as follows. C-15-342-2025 move that by Councillor Peter Coogan, the council direct administration to bring the internal employee recognition back to a governance and priorities meeting for discussion to accurately reflect the proceedings of the meeting.
And councillor, discussion on that motion? Not seeing any. Call the question. All in favor? That's moved. Brings us to 4.2, April 9th, 2026 regular council meeting minutes. Can we see anything there? We'll make a motion. Councillor Wright.
I'll make a motion that council adopt the April 9th, 2026 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Thank you, councillor. Discussion to the motion? Seeing any, call the question. All in favor?
Always provides an opportunity for networking. So we were able to network with our colleagues from the town of Whitecourt, which is always valuable. Some of the takeaways from the council is the 4 members of the EDC committee that attended, so the 3 councillors and member at large Kristen Bilkey, were able to have an informal meeting discussion update with our consultant, Mr. Sean Goodeve, who's doing a report for our EDC committee. And he gave us an idea where he was at and what he was going to be able to present to the committee in the upcoming weeks. The other thing was, again related to our ADC, is along with that report, which will help us market our county to heavy industrial capital investment, is the requirement for us to then advertise that. So it's one thing to have a report, have it sit on the shelf, and then another thing is to actually utilize it. So there were numerous sessions that dealt with that type of thing, digital marketing, and one in particular stood out dealing with AI augmentation. So I was able to have a brief meeting with that gentleman, and he's prepared to make a presentation to our committee at an upcoming meeting as well. So pretty valuable stuff there. And then just this past week, I attended the Canadian Hydrogen Convention in Edmonton. And my motive for going there was just to learn. It's a little bit overwhelming, all of the information that was available. They had two streams. They had a technical stream and a strategic stream, and I'm clearly not on the technical side. But what I learned in the strategic stream was that the technology is expensive. It's roughly 3 times as expensive as other fuel sources that are currently being utilized. There are pockets within the world that are utilizing it, but it's going to be a while before it becomes mainstream. The other significant challenge that the industry faces is the lack of infrastructure for a distribution network. It's a volatile product to move, and it's corrosive, and so it's it's very green, but I think it's a ways away. So I could go on and on about that convention, but in the absence of our time, I'll leave it at that. If anybody has any other questions.
Councillor, discussions for Councillor Dean? See any? Councillor St. Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I submitted my reports and my conference report. I can add that I attended the EDA conference as well. It was great in the aspect of having very high level officials there, kind of giving us a heads up on what we should be looking at and looking for. It was very clear. Well, basically be ready. Municipalities that are ready and prepared for investment and opportunity will most likely be the ones that are selected. So that was a key message as well. The Whitecourt District Agricultural Society had their meeting on April 20th. They are working on a strategic plan as well, and preparing for the upcoming rodeo, and also getting invoices and quotes for a grant that they're gonna apply for through Alberta Agriculture. It's a first come, first served grant, so at 12:01 a.m. a lot of these ag societies are submitting their applications. I also attended a Lions Committee meeting last night. I'm not appointed by council, but there's been a change in their executive as well. Thank you.
Any other questions for Councillor St. Martin? Councillor Dean?
Yeah, thank you. Can you shed more light on this first come, first serve? Like the grant applications aren't evaluated on merit?
No, it's first come, first serve, so,
Is that right?
yeah.
Who you know?
Councillor Coogan?
Thank you. April 9th, I attended a community service. Arts and culture grants. It was good seeing the amount of community building that's going on both sides of the county. Lots of family events. Then on the April 13th, 14th, 15th, I attended the ASHA convention. Because we are in the process right now in Barrhead of building, I attended a breakout session on modular construction and pros and cons, because that seems to be a construction method that's being used now to speed up the processes. They're not necessarily the least expensive, but they're becoming very, very refined. And then I attended another session on the from reactive to predictive. to discuss the future of how we are going to administrate the FCSS program in a better way, with all three municipalities participating in that discussion. And we will have a closed session discussion, I believe, on that today. Then I attended the FCSS board meeting and also the FCSS AGM, which was quite interesting. That evening I met with Northwest of 16, which is the tourism group, to discuss the future of amalgamating the energies that are being put into a tourism program here in the region, and how there's a possibility of sharing some resources there and getting a really good solid program in place. I guess that's my report.
Thank you, Councillor Coogan. Anything from Councillor Coogan? Councillor Wright?
On April 15th, I attended our Governance and Priorities Committee meeting. April 20th was the Finance and Taxation Committee meeting. Learned a lot from that meeting. It's really nice to be able to just sit as a non-voting member just to listen and learn. Being new on council, it's very beneficial to attend those. Later on that same day, on the 20th, we did our CAO Performance Committee meeting. I did miss one community league, Blue Ridge Community League meeting. I was out of the province. From that meeting, I did chat with them. They have their new executive, and I just wanted to mention their new executive is like highly ambitious, and it's really nice to see that they're digging in and they're getting stuff done properly, applying for all the grants and communicating with the county. So it's nice to see that there's a good group in there. And then I just wanted to mention that upcoming we have a community drop-in session for Fire Smart that'll be at the Blue Ridge Library, April 30th from 5 to 7:30. They're just going to be talking about creating a Fire Smart community, tips for homes and acreages, wildlife preparedness, and there will be supper provided. So if anybody's wanting to attend, that is free for anyone in the area. So that's all I have this time.
Just on the Fire Smart program, just to administration, given that it does, it's a great program for a lot of community. Has it been, I haven't seen it on our social medias or our outlets, and I'm just checking if it was. I'm seeing nods in the back, I probably missed the post.
Through the chair, there have been some posts, we
Okay.
are working with the regional Fire Smart coordinator as well to do various initiatives jointly with the town and I believe Fox Creek as well.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Wright?
Just to speak to that, so we did have 2 different sessions. So on April 16th, that had passed already, we did a kids session at the library that was free for them to attend, and then we wanted to do 2 weeks later a full community session. So I did see that we had advertised the kids session, and now I don't think the other one has been yet posted, or if it has, I just hadn't seen it yet, but the county has been really great at sharing that, so.
Thank you very much. Anything else, Councillor Wright? Councillor McNeil?
So on April 11th, I had the opportunity to attend the Barhead Annual Appreciation Dinner alongside with Councillor Whitten. It was a very nice event, and having the context of our own Ag Services dinner and seeing the awards that were given out there, so it was really nice to get out into that part of the community as well and meet some new faces. And there was a really interesting presentation on Shire horses, and a lady who had brought forward a presentation regarding the work that their family has been doing in breeding these horses, and they're an endangered, I don't know if endangered is exactly the correct word, but they are a breed that is at risk, so for the populations. So they've been working to restore that population in the area. So I thought that was really interesting. Then traveled to, of course, the EDA conference with my fellow council, and as always, a great conference. There's so much information, and a number of key takeaways that I had were, in addition to what was already mentioned, the data center discussion has changed a lot in the last year. So that was something that everybody was super gung-ho, a year ago, and now it's cautious optimism. And I think that some of the discussion around some of these centers moving away from some of the real urban centers could actually be really beneficial for, some attraction into our area, because they're looking to move into some of the areas that are maybe a little further away from residentials and so on. So we're certainly open for business here and to have some of those conversations. So also, something else of note, there was a presentation that included modular home building. And I know Councillor Kulkin had mentioned some of the housing concerns around that. What they're doing, this is built in Alberta, and they're completing 15 homes per week out of this organization. And they said the complete cycle from beginning to end is 21 days. So I thought that was something that was also quite relevant. And Invest Alberta, they mentioned about their 14 global offices. And essentially, something they were trying to drive home is that we're not competing with other municipalities generally for a lot of investment attraction. We're competing with other parts of the world. And they kind of really wanted to put a focus on that and realize that they are out there marketing on our behalf. And in some of the conversations we had with Invest Alberta representatives, that really helps as well, so that to kind of have that understanding that they are out there marketing, through these 14 global sites. Also, collaboration is a clear focus. That was a big part of the messaging, and any regional wins, any municipal wins are gonna be regional wins, was also a big part of the conversation. And something that it mentioned was, of course, communicate till it hurts, they said, was one of the statements that kind of stuck with me, and they were talking about just open communication, transparency. Investors wanna make sure that they're getting their questions answered as quickly as possible, and when at all possible, a single point of contact is really important so that they can maintain that consistency and clarity. And also something else I thought that was interesting is on business retention and attraction and expansion, business retention, expansion. It was mentioned that over 80% of new business investment comes from our existing community. So although we're focused, of course, on, what can we do to attract outside investment, I thought that statistic was really high, and it was just a good reminder that we have a lot of great businesses in our region, and to be able to address some of the focus on how do we help support and, them to get the resources they need to grow their businesses. So then after EDA, of course, Monday we had a Tax and Finance Committee meeting, and we had a CAO review meeting, and yesterday I attended a webinar through Alberta Munis on housing and housing grants in your community. So they actually had some interesting information in that as well, and a lot of really good information on how applying for these grants is changing. So they're supposed to share some of the information on that, and once I get that, then I can share it through to council and administration as well. So, and that wraps up my report.
Councillor McNeil, any questions for Councillor McNeil? Councillor Dean?
Not so much a question, but just I wanted to add to your comment about Invest Alberta and how they're marketing around the world. Invest Alberta is fully aware of the report that's gonna be coming to our EDC and then to council. They're looking forward to it, and what they told us is that that's exactly the type of information that helps them sell a case for a municipality. And as well, from a single point of contact, shout out to our ADO, who was profiled as somebody that does a really good job of communicate until it hurts. And so he was recognized for his efforts, so shout out to Bert.
Awesome.
Councillor, anything else, Councillor McNeil? Councillor Whitten?
On April 11th, along with Councillor McNeil, I attended the Open Skies Rural Living Expo and Appreciation Awards Dinner with Barhead County. I'd like to thank the county for inviting us there. It was a great evening, great supper. And then on the 15th, I attended the GMP meeting along with the rest of council, and today, April 23rd, is regular council meeting.
Councillor, discussions for Councillor Whitten? Start with my report. I'm gonna start with the Whitecourt Library Board had a meeting there last week and Tuesday night. Just to chime on what you're talking about, Bill 28, one of their concerns that they're looking at, and they were trying to reach out to some of the other library managers around the area, is some of the additional work that is gonna be required for libraries when it comes to restricting materials and how it's handled and how it moves through and who makes the decisions on, what's done through that. So it was part that they're talking about, they didn't have a whole lot of information in front of it. I know they were trying to reach out to, or the plan was to reach out to the MLA also and see if he can provide them with some more feedback to either support or go against their cause. I know the YRL, the Regional Library Board, is also putting out a lot of kind of blanket letters for municipalities and library boards anyways, to sort of sign and send off kind of with their objections towards what's in Bill 28 and a lot of things too. So we'll see. I think there's gonna be some changes to that bill before it gets passed. Another note that did come out of that meeting, or had a discussion with CEO Ferris on, is that our extension on the library board contract, we did extend it last year for another term, and they are looking to try to get in front of council at some point as a delegation, start having those discussions before we get to the fall, and hopefully before we get to our budget cycle, so we can figure out what we're doing or how we're helping. Just so it's on everybody's note. I had the honor of being able to give welcoming remarks at the Royal Canadian Legion's 100-year anniversary in Mayerthorpe on the weekend. Any organization that's been around that long, it does, it takes a lot of volunteer hours and dedication and work and support from communities to be able to make, anything last 100 years. So I was very honored to be able to be part of that day anyways. There are some of the discussions with some of the members, they had Legion members from all over the province showed up for this. Apparently they do bids from the Legions for different areas to host different things, process I wasn't familiar with, so but they are finding a struggle, and like a lot of our ag groups and a lot of other volunteer committees, attracting people, and they're trying to do what they can to, I guess, kind of rebrand or shift what they're doing to change the way that their narrative and how they're doing things and who they're bringing in, because a lot of the initial memberships from how the Legion was set up were World War I and II vets, and not a lot of those are left nowadays. So they are looking at what they can do to change and shift, especially realizing that Legions are typically a community hub in a lot of towns, and especially smaller areas. So what they can do to try to keep viable and keep going, they have plans. I'm hoping to see them around for another 100 years. Coming out of that, I at the meeting also had a couple really good discussions with MJ, the mayor of Mayerthorpe, and the Reeve of Lac St. Anne County. They were also present. We're trying to coordinate a day with the three of us. I've also asked Mayor Hiltz if he wants to join us. We're just gonna informally get together and just kind of build those communications and those bridges. So everybody, when we were talking at that point, has a lot of very tight schedules. So we're trying to see what we can come up with. I had the GMP meeting, sat in, a lot of really good information, especially from the solicitor I found that came out. Also chiming off what I had with the Legion, talking about volunteers. We had the finance committee. I apologize, I had to rush out at the end, but I had a presentation and awards to help hand out for the volunteer week celebration at the senior circle here in Whitecourt. So got down there just as they were finishing up lunch, but before they got to the presentations and the speeches. There was a reporter from Global who was there. She was their keynote speaker, and one of the things that she was talking about, they're finding more so is it not as big of an issue in the rural communities as the larger urban communities, but they're having a very hard time attracting and we see that in a lot of our groups, getting new volunteers in to help. A lot of the volunteers you see are the same individuals over and over and over, and as time goes on, they get older, they get burnt out, and the volunteer pool kind of declines. So she was talking about that, and kind of some of the initiative that they've been doing with her work is going to schools, and they did a couple presentations in the schools here in Whitecourt about the importance for youth to start getting involved in volunteering, and showing the the impacts that it has on the communities and how positive it is. So hopefully, you know, even if that resonated with a couple kids in those schools, you know, it's definitely for the future. So I felt it was a good week and good to be part of. And that takes us to today here. So any comments or questions, Councillor Dean?
Yeah, thanks. Just a comment about volunteering. I was happened to read this morning one of the ATB's newsletters, and they were talking about the volume of hours that volunteers put forth across Canada. In Alberta alone, estimated that 500 million hours of volunteer work going into the province. And countrywide, that translates to just about $56 billion worth of time and effort. So volunteerism is a huge part of our economy as well.
She also mentioned that there's a study out, and it's a medical study, scientific, where, you know, kind of based, where they were showing the effects of how volunteer work actually changes your way of thinking, and you know, and they're finding that people who tend to volunteer, you know, an hour to 2 hours a week, you know, or less, they said even a few hours a month, but it tends to make, you know, like it's like a serotonin kind of lift, and it makes people tend to be happier, live longer, more enjoyable in life. So there's a lot of benefits to it, you know, personally, not just for the community. With that then, Councillor Whitten?
Yeah, I'd just like to touch on the Legion part there. Yeah, they do a fantastic job throughout the whole county, and tomorrow night is wing night in Fort Assiniboine for the Legion, so it starts at 6 o'clock, so if anybody's free for the evening, come over for some wings.
On the Legion note also, I believe the Whitecourt Legion, their 100-year anniversary, don't quote me on this, but I think it's next year, and Mayor Thorpe is coming up soon. I believe they said they're 93 years active as a Legion, so we'll have a couple local 100-year celebrations coming up too. With that, if I can get a motion to move the councillor reports. Councillor McNeil? Sure,
I'll move that council receive the council reports for information.
Councillor, call the question, all in favor? That's moved. 10.1, council correspondence and information items, anything there?
Well, it was there for, so you're just a reminder of what we've sent you.
Who wants to make a motion? Councillor Kuchen?
I'll make a motion that council receive the correspondence and information items for information.
Thank you, councillor. Call that question, all in favor? And that's moved. 11A1, the Q1 2026 community services report. Ms. Lewick?
Good evening, council. So attached you'll find the quarterly report for the Community Services Group from January to March. Just give you some brief highlights on it, and you've all read it. The Community Services Department, more or less FCSS and Community Services itself, delivered 5 grants to various local groups. We've supported community groups, example the Whitecourt Trailblazers Rally. We've also in the progress of the upcoming seniors week, and there's a community program later in the year. Parks and Recreation, they're prepping for the summer season, of course, hiring some additional summer staff and prepping for the opening of our recreation sites for the May long weekend. Hard Luck Stairs are still being advanced as far as that program goes. And then there's been the implementation of the Let's Camp campground booking system, and it's been very successful. We've had quite a few bookings through that. Economic development, meeting occurred with Community Futures, so they're advancing their regional investment attraction program. Completed the key studies that SCOP through the Small Communities Operational Program grant, and continuing to feature some of our local businesses. It's been out doing a couple a month on Facebook and Instagram, and again the results that we're seeing there are quite tremendous. Agricultural services, they've been delivering some producer workshops, tree health and then farm direct marketing workshop. Some other programming that'll be upcoming through the summer months. They've also prepared a new recycling program for plastic bale and twine and grain bags. Protective services, we have some a new administrative staff that has started, so some training there has occurred. We also have been supporting our emergency response readiness. We've met with the emergency management committee a couple times. Fire Smart, we've been working with the coordinator that's been hired through the town. However, Whitecourt and Swan Hills and Woodlands County, we all kind of use the same coordinator. Health and safety, OHS inspections have been completed and just a couple minor things, which was good to hear. And then we've been having some lunch and learns, doing some staff training, and she's been working on some safety policies and procedures. Planning and development, we've processed, of course, our regular development applications. I'm excited to hear totaling 8.6 million in investment for the first quarter, which is pretty exciting. And then, of course, our key planning projects, the Blue Ridge Area Structure Plan has been started, and we hosted a open house here last night or the night before. And of course, they're also working on an RFP for the airport master plan. Anybody's got any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Ludwig. Any questions for Director? Sorry, Councillor McNeil.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I have a few questions for the whole report. First off, it's like a very comprehensive report. It's great. So I'm just wondering on page 5, the SOP studies that you mentioned, if those are posted to the website or if they would be, if that would be the intent.
I don't believe they are on the website currently, but we can certainly look at that.
Okay. Then the next one I had was just a comment as well, the great business shout outs and social media presence. Excellent job to communications and ECDev on that. I think they're awesome. We've been getting really good feedback. On page 12 of the report, under sorry, just bear with me 1 second here, that's 72. I just wanted to ask about the violence and harassment statistic that's there. It looks like it was potentially maybe 8 compared to 1 last year. And I was just wondering if you could maybe like add some context to that if you have it.
I will have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
I'm not certain, what the spike was there, but I can certainly check in with Beverly and get that information for council.
Okay, thank you. And then on the very next page, there was a mention of a meeting, a hazard assessment meeting for floods on April 10th. And I was just curious, I've been getting some questions from residents wondering about flood readiness and just wondering if there maybe was any new information.
I believe that was one of our lunch and learns. So we went through the HIRA process and we just talked about, based on the last 2 floods that occurred, what could we do better? In trying to anticipate some things that we could definitely improve upon based upon what the response was for the last two floods. There was a checklist that we needed to go through, the province provides. So we had conversation around those specific items.
No, thank you. Then my next question was just on page 74 in regards to planning and development. And you had touched on it and could tell from your level of excitement that this is definitely better than the past, but I was kind of curious for context. 8 million now compared to, say, the last couple of years. That's a substantial increase, is it not?
It is for that first quarter, yeah. I think with the additional advertising that we've been doing is we're getting more people coming in and obtaining their development permits. I know the one in particular, the recreational development. It's a project that is north of Fort Assiniboine, They're doing some cabins in that, so to find something like that is kind of exciting. And it's in addition to another project that's administration has been working with the landowner on, so we could see a couple big projects up there that will advance our recreational opportunities for people to come and visit.
Nice, and I just wanted to highlight too the days for permitting, and you know, from what I've seen in the past, that seems to be like another win, another good improvement for the permitting days and reducing that. And then just based on that, one question was, as far as in the planning, is there any bottlenecks or processes that council may be able to help support removing in the future, still with the permitting process? Like, I know it's really good, I'm just wondering if there's something that planning maybe needs from us that could make it even better.
Not necessarily from council. It's essentially our referral process. So waiting for those other agencies to respond back and provide us their comments. That's kind of the biggest factor, because we generally refer to various utility companies, transportation, Alberta Environment, and it's just a matter of getting those responses back is kind of where the bit of the delay can come from.
Okay, so referral
I think
process.
Mr. Ferris has something to add to that. That's right.
I can just, through the chair, speak to the violence and harassment aspect of it.
Oh, okay.
That's entirely related, no, to my understanding, it's almost entirely related to the public treating our staff.
Okay.
We did ask also that staff be more vigilant on reporting incidents that occur with the public. And so that was the marketed increase, was we'd ask staff, because we were hearing at our safety meetings that there was a increase in lack of respect and just how they were treated when they were doing snow plows or having people trying to pull them over in their grader and things like that. So we said, let's make sure we're documenting it to make sure that if there's any safe work procedures that we need to better address to protect our staff. But the majority of that is in relation to interactions with the public.
Okay, awesome. And then just my final comment on this was, it was just a concern and, you know, maybe something to consider, but I would like to see the economic development portion of the report ideally broke out as a separate report. I think the reports are great, but what happens is that if we have an investor that's looking specifically for anything related to economic development, then they're not likely gonna think to look under community services. And we literally have economic development buried under sourdough. So I'd like to escalate that to the top of the pile.
And just for council's information, we do try to highlight economic development. You see the larger, the bold, trying to keep it as its own entity, even though it is embedded under community services, definitely.
Okay, thank you. That's all my comments.
Councilor Wood?
Just through the reeve to Joan and the administrative staff, great job. It was very, very good report, very well put together. If there's no other questions, I'm willing to move.
Councilor St. Martin?
Through the reeve to Director Slutwig. Good job on the report, and I did have a question from one of the community groups. I guess it would fit under the community services heading regarding funding, so if I could touch base with the CAO afterwards, and
Sure, absolutely.
I'll let you know about that. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Not seeing any. Councilor Whitten?
Move that council receives 2026 Q1 Community Service Operational Report for information.
Thank you, Councilor. Are we speaking to the motion? Not seeing any. Call that question, all in favor? Let's move. 11B1 Q1 2026 Corporate Services Report.
Thank you, Reeve, and members of council. Of course, before you is a quarterly, the high-level overview of progress across corporate services. It's also a very long report, 20 pages. It's just got some good, nice graphics in there. But I'll be touching on just a few areas. I know some of my reports have been overtaken by events, especially when it comes to, part of the survey is year end and all those things. But I think things worth mentioning, I know we had a new accounting clerk receptionist commencing employment March 2nd, and that was a replacement of the transition we had from the front desk to legislative department. So that one is working well. And on the interim survey, again, that is one area that has been overtaken by events. I think that has also been discussed prior. On the property tax side, of course, something worth noting there is June 30th is coming. Of course, that's our final day for taxes, for collection. And things are going well in that area. On the payroll side, again, all the year-end items were processed on time from payroll. There were no issues raised in that area. That is ranging from the T4s to the LAPP and to Apex and all those things. So those ones were well covered. Coming to the systems that we are working on, that is both the ERP and the asset management. Of course, we did take a break during the audit, so that one kind of halted the training a little bit because we are right at the user acceptance training at this point. And we had a break there for about 1 week that delayed the process as well. But now we are back to training so that everything can be completed. We're just nearing completion at the moment. So the integration, again, process is going on as well, and it's working well. Validating and of course some of those numbers, the assets, the inventory and that kind of thing. And again, on something also worth mentioning on the asset management side is in the summer here we'll be doing some data collection from the field just to ensure that there is nothing that is left out there. I know most of our TCAs are in, but we just want to make sure that all the attributes are taken care of. An example I would give is when they go out there, especially they'll be looking at all buildings. A good example could even be on the furnaces. We make sure that the serial numbers are correct. All those things are taken. We need the barcodes that they can also, just scan through. So those ones will be collected from the field and to update it in our asset management. So that one is coming up again in the summer. Again, when it comes to the work order system, it's working well there and the training continues. It's touched about the airport areas, the park and recreation. And I think now they're almost touching base on the building maintenance. We're just waiting for the new hire to come in, and that part will also be processed, and everybody should be using the work order system within the citywide, which is the PSD asset management program. And for this to work well when we look at the service requests, we've also developed a procedure there, and those ones will be coming through. And remember that we want to make sure that the procedure also matches the policy so that things are done correctly. The policy will set the pace, but step by step will be through the procedures. Apart from that, the assessments continues on the fleet side. Coming to LGFF and CCBF, of course, those ones, we are at the point whereby we're now submitting the statement of financial expenditures. And we're also having a deadline there of May 1st. So, as usual, finance with their deadlines, we have to make sure that we meet those deadlines and be in compliance. And then coming to human resources, I know it's very long there, but I think what you might see moving forward is some kind of dashboard where we can summarize on the dashboard. And the summary on the dashboard will be, you'll be seeing the head counts, you'll be seeing new hires, you'll be seeing open positions, you'll be seeing active employees. So it will kind of shrink this long report that you're seeing today, but at least all the positions that were filled are listed there. So it means our new HR coordinator has been doing a good job there. And you can see the positions that are accepted as well. And then ongoing recruitments, what we're planning to do in those areas are also given. So I think probably to shrink that part, a dashboard might help because it will shrink it with the numbers to reduce the length of the report. Now, one thing worth mentioning also within the HR area is the Nectar platform. That is what was introduced recently. It's an online tool organization uses as part of employee recognition. So we just took a snip there of one of the kudos that was given to some of the employees, and I think most of the employees are using it and it's really working well. We see different departments recognizing other areas within the same departments, and I think it brings that collaboration and working together. So that is one area that is working well, and I think there are also some improvements that will be taking place there as soon as additional reward points are added to the equation. Moving forward, on the legislative side, cooperative service is large. I've talked about finance, I've talked about asset management, I've talked about HR, now I'm on legislative services. And you can see people smiling from year to year the other side. The first quarter, of course, experienced increased meeting demands alongside staffing shortages, and I think that movement from the front desk person to move to legislative services really assisted and helped quite a bit. And again, there was, of course, March 24th, training sessions were delivered, planning 101, municipal code of all those things. So that one worked well. Now, moving ahead, the VoIP phones has been implemented, and we're just fine-tuning some porting there that was giving us some issues, but I think it's almost being done. Of course, when you're talking about porting there, we're just talking about the process of transferring the existing phone numbers from service provider to the next one. So there were some little complications there, but I think we're almost overcoming that. And then you can also see some upcoming initiatives that is coming from that area. It's a long list there. One of them, what they're talking about, is the continued records management development, and I think we are working on that. And records management, I think it will be a process that will take place throughout 2026. And then moving forward, communication. I think communication has had a very productive first quarter, and kudos to our communication coordinator, Natasha, there. I can see overall online engagement continuing to grow, and they were seeing some positive public feedback received. That means she's performed some magic there to redirect traffic for people to see. And that one, I think, can be confirmed by those key metrics that has been identified. Because when you see there's a decrease in search views, that tells you that it's a very positive indicator in the sense that the website navigation and links are very clear. So people are able to navigate and you don't have to go in and type search this, search that. So that one has been working well, and you can see the metrics given there. 20 is also very high. Moving forward, I think the rest I will not go through, but there's just some good stuff on social media platform, on the Facebook performance, on Instagram, top Instagram posts by reach and engagement. But if you look at the council live stream view, I'm not very sure. If you look at February 26, there were 87 views. So there must have been something very interesting that attracted them. I don't know what it is, but something tells me that's the day we presented our tangible capital assets. So I'm not very sure whether the viewers were really keen on our assets and what we own, but that is something worth noting because that was one of the highest. And in January 29th, you can see 93 views. So those are some of the metrics that we keep moving forward. And then we also have some upcoming items in quarter two. The main one would be the budget survey and public engagement communication, which I believe will be presented to council during the next council meeting. Gateway Signage Capital Project is also coming up, and we'll be seeing some good signs once it goes through the process through council and it is approved. So those are some of the highlights that we have in that report, and some of them, as I said, especially when it comes to the audit and all those things, have gone through the process, through the committees, and maybe I'll just stop there if we have any follow-up questions.
Thank you, Mr. Orwa. Councillor Dean.
Thanks. Through the Chair, to Mr. Orwa, first of all, yeah, another excellent report, very comprehensive. Helps detail the activity in that department and like really sheds a light for me on how busy that department is and you know some of your successes. I wanna bring to council's attention, page 8 talked about those positions being filled. In the past, the timeline between advertising and having a position filled was much greater than what's detailed on page 8. So, you know, something obviously is working. I know in the budget process in the past, we would budget for positions. And the reality was that those positions likely weren't gonna be filled within that budget cycle, so you know, we weren't spending the money, which is the positive. The negative was that our staff was burdened with wearing extra hats, so something must be working well in HR as well. So yeah, fantastic job.
Thank you.
Councillor Coogan, and then Councillor Seaman.
Yeah, through the chair to John. Yeah, one of the things you had mentioned was that you thought this report was too long, but for me, this was just great because for the first time for a long time, I feel that I'm seeing what's happening in the organization. These reports are detailed. The biggest plus for me is that when I have a resident say, what the hell are they doing? I can now point to this report and say, yeah, they're working hard. And if you look at the analytics, I think we're getting more engagement from the public, which is huge, which is something that we were asking for a few years ago, and we're seeing that now. So I just want to say to both you and Director Joan there that I don't have a problem with these reports at all now. I really enjoy reading them, and it's a huge benefit for our organization.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor St. Martin.
Mr. Reid through to Director Orwa, just to mirror what the other councillors have said, good job on these reports. It provides us with a good insight into the operations of the municipality. And I just wanted to ask a question about the Municipal Accountability Program. I think for new councillors, they may not know what that is. Could you please explain that? On page 13.
I'll speak to that. So the province does a municipal accountability program with typically smaller municipalities. I don't know what the threshold is. But what they do is they have a checklist of key things that they look for in compliance. They're now into their second round of it that has new questions that are different from their first round. And what we thought it would be is it's a good program just to have a double check, just to make sure that we are doing everything and properly. It's a way just as a self-assessment tool is how we wanted to look at it. This one isn't done by the province, but the province does release those reports of other communities on what they look for. So we're looking for those things to ensure we're compliant.
Mr. Reeve through to council, I guess. It's a really good audit, I think, from the Alberta Municipal Affairs. I would personally like to see that audit done on municipalities, I think greater than 5,000, because hopefully one day they expand that. And if nobody has further questions, I'd be willing to pass the motion.
Councillor McNeil.
I do, but I defer to Councillor Whitten. I think you were ahead of me, right?
I'm good.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, through the chair to administration, I agree as well. I think the reports are great. So it gives us a lot of really good information. The question, I did have a question regarding staffing levels and just to kind of get some clarity, because I know when I came on, I had asked how many staff we had in November, and staff had got back to me that we had 64. And then we had a report from the December that said 71. And then we had our org chart from March of 2025 had 60 full-time and 6 part-time. So right now, then I guess what I'm wondering, and maybe the staff need to get back to me on this, but I'm curious about what our actual staff numbers are now. And I see there's 14 part-time positions you have noted as starting May 4th. I realize some of those have been part of that 71. I don't know if any of those are necessarily new positions.
So if I may, so typically the reporting will depend on full-time staff and part-time staff. It doesn't necessarily always include the seasonal. In fact, I don't believe any of the numbers that we've given you have included the seasonal. But we're happy to provide a report that breaks down how many seasonal, how many full-time, how many part-time, just to avoid all the confusion, because depending on the item, it could change. So we can provide that report to council, it's not a problem.
Okay, thank you. And just as a follow-up to that, I guess my other question was, for municipalities, what is an expected turnover rate? Because in the report, it says that we have a low turnover for this quarter at 4%. But annualized, that would be a 16% turnover, and I would have expected 16% to be significant.
Through the chair to council, it's maintained at about 4% consistently. It's not a 4% increase. It's just we have about a 4% vacancy rate. That's where we're coming from. So it's not a 16% turnover rate. It's just on average of all our staff, we're about 4% is vacant at one point.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
.2% increase from February 2025. The submissions were relatively split between staff and online, and still an average request closure time of 2 days. And again, still the snowplow flags and snowplowing, sanding requests were the majority of those. In March 2026, a total of 77 requests were submitted. That was a 54% increase from 2025. And a closure time of approximately 3 days, so that's not too bad. And again, winter maintenance remained the primary driver of demand. You will also note on the reports that there, for example, in January, there was 9 open reports at the end of the month. Those were closed in February. It just depends on the last day, how many were open. So those, and then you see in February, there was only 1 open. So those had been closed. And I think that's it for you. Do you have any questions?
I just want to point out one thing, looking through the list of requests, that not only are our residents using this, but there's also requests from town of Whitecourt residents on here too. Multiple places under snowplowing. Councillor Dean?
Thanks. through to Ms. Mendis. Can you just clarify, under the section of snowplow flags, so I'm looking at January, and there's 24. Does that just mean somebody coming in purchasing a snowplow flag?
Sorry, can you repeat again?
So in January, it says there were 24 snowplow flags. Does that just mean that 24 snowplow flags were purchased?
That means there were 24 snowplow flag service requests.
So another.
Administrative staff. Yeah, that was Counselor Dean, that was one of the things I was gonna ask too. I was just kind of not on that. And thank you for bringing this report forward. It's very well detailed, like it's a fantastic job. If there's no other questions, I'd be willing to move this.
Let's check, any other comments? Councillor St. Martin?
So Mr. Reeve, you noted that
non-requirement and just have a count there if you'd like.
Councillor Wright?
Through the chair to administration, so just a clarifying question. Do we then know that they put in the complaint to have that street serviced, or did they maybe confuse it and have that as like their home address and they were, let's say, complaining about the back road or one of the county maintained roads?
I would have to, through the chair, I'd have to defer to Natasha if she might know if.
We'd have to get back to them on the specific answer of those particular requests to know more context of what they about.
Councillor St. Martin?
Mr. Reeve, through to council and administration. I guess on another aspect of that is if we do look at maybe some sort of sharing of resources, we'd be able to track it that way.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Councillor Dean?
Yeah, just curious as to who calls in the One Woodlands Lane service request? Who from staff?
Through the chair to Councillor Dean, often when if a request comes in through phone call or even through Facebook message, if the address hasn't been given, but we still need to log the kudos or the so maybe we don't have that information at the time, so then we assign the service request with the county administrative building address.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
With that, Councillor Whitten?
I move that the council receive the January, February and March 2026 service request tracking reports for information.
Thank you, Councillor. Discussion on the motion. So you can call that question, all in favor? 11B3, 2026 operating and capital budget revision updates. Mr. Orban.
Thank you, Reeve, and all council members. Again, before you is our operating and capital budget. I believe captures the final revision that came through from the Taxation and Finance Committee. So going through this process, there were some recommendations that were made by the committee, and we've captured those recommendations in here for council. And one of them, just highlighted there the key drivers and the changes. I think they had reduced the legal budget. It was reduced by 50, which has now been included in the fire truck. It's an additional 15,000 that has been requested for repair. I think there are some issues there with the head gasket leak. That one again has been included. And then in addition to that, during our last meeting, that is the committee meeting, the sector guides for originally that was 10,000 in the budget. Again, that one was reduced by 10 because I think we believed it's been the item budgeted through current is, I mean, it's been budgeted through NRED, special projects. So that one was taken out of the budget. And then the last one is on the human resources side. We had allocated about 20,000 for recruitment, but because now we have HR in-house, there is no need, and I think it can perform some of these functions. So those were the kind of changes that have taken place in the current budget. The other one worth mentioning also on the capital side is there was a 650 that was assigned to purchase the tractor and a mower. Again, this one, I think administration had recommended that we defer this expenditure to the future years, majorly because they just want to allow the completion. Would be if you don't purchase, then how are you going to mow all these places? And I think in the operating budget, we do have 200,000 under contracted services. And I think I've been assured by my colleague that that should be enough to keep them going until the fleet assessment is done. And next year, they will get that additional tractor. And if you look at ins and outs, there's an overall increase of about 199,000 from the operating side. And then the rest, of course, were from for capital. Now, the committee had also recommended on how these things were funded, and we are funding them the way it was recommended. So if you look at the capital side, all the capital ones were to come from reserves. And then the fire and emergency management recommendation also was to fund them from reserves as well. So the difference, which is 199, is the one that we are going to fund from the surplus. And I think those are the major highlights that are there in this that have changed the original budget that was passed, which is the interim budget. And I've also attached a number of documents. note three or four changes. One of them would be moving the 650 from 2026 to 2027 column. And then the audio visual, that is for the council chambers, that was an addition of 150,000. And then for to replace A411 towing truck, originally the budget was 150 and 100 was added to it, so it's a total now of 250. And then the final one was that hydraulic snow blower of 17,790. So those are the only things that have been added to that capital budget. And then I've also attached the reserve policy summary. That is the audited one for 2025. Sorry, the first one is the policy itself. The policy was just to guide council of some of these areas on how we are going to, maybe top up some of the reserve. Particular budgets before it's passed by council. Otherwise, I'll just leave room for any discussion or any follow-up questions or clarification that might come up, that might have been, that is not very clear or came from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Orloff. If I can, quick to council, out of the finance committee, a couple other notes that came up that may impact this, and we'll say in the positive light for us.
Should that not be 575,000 as opposed to 675? Or am I missing something?
Mr. Norris.
There was an additional 50,000. Remember we presented to the committee $100,000 increase, and it was reduced by 50, but it is still a $50,000 increase.
Oh, a $50,000 increase?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from council? seeing any, if somebody's willing to make the motion, Councillor St. Martin.
I'm just wondering, we have the other item on the agenda to deal with the tax rates. So should we have that conversation first before we look at adopting the operating budget? Because in the tax rates, we're proposing to use $500 surplus. And if we decide not to do that, wouldn't that impact the operating budget?
It will absolutely impact the operating budget, depending on the exact dollar you choose to utilize from reserves. More than anything, it will impact the surplus revenue that we would plan on generating. So it's a fair comment.
Mr. Orwa?
Yeah, just to reinforce that might be correct, because at this point, all the savings, if you are planning to use, for example, 500,000, through the chair to Councillor St. Martin, if the council decides to not to use 500,000, that 500,000 will just
If that is acceptable by administration.
Of course.
Then I would recommend we table it after the tax rate.
You wanna make the motion? Table it.
I'll move that council move the 2026 operating and capital budget revisions update on the agenda to be after the 2026 mill rates RFD
Councillor,
on the agenda.
discussion on that? So you gonna call the question, all in favor? Okay. Councillor Whitten?
Through we have a delegation at 11 o'clock. I was just wondering if we could take a 10-minute break before the delegation?
Check with council. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 11 o'clock then when our delegation starts. Let us know when we're off. delegation, fire chiefs here. We are on, so not sure if you guys wanna come up a table or wanna sit there or move chairs so we can make it feel more officious.
Just bring your chairs up. It's fine.
Excuse me. We're moving into closed session, right?
Does not
So
say
we're in
closed
trouble,
session here. What is
Devin?
it?
Just remember that was
Were you in trouble?
Counselor Dean's.
I'm always in trouble.
Always in trouble, yeah.
Delegation is supposed to motion.
Motion to close.
Oh, okay, sorry, I was just looking, I don't have a.
It's in relation to section 20 and 28 of the Information Act.
I don't have that on my arm.
It's in the title. It says delegation.
Okay, chiefs. Sorry, I figured there'd be a motion. Apologize. With that, so before we get into our delegation, I'll get a motion to go into closed session under the Freedom of Speech or Information Act 20 and 28. Councilor Coogan?
Yeah, I'll move that we move into closed session at 11 o'clock under APA 20, sections 20 and 28.
Councilor? Call the question, all in favor? Let's go into closed session here. screaming, we'll come back here.
Okay, we're back.
Okay, it is just after 1 o'clock, we're back, let's skip down here to, we'll start with 11B4, the audited financial statements. And then we'll go to the mill rates and back up.
Thank you very much, Reeve and members of council again. So again, before you is the 2025 audited financial statements that went through the committee on the April 20th. And I think the presentation was done by our excellent auditors, the Metrics Group, and there were a lot of questions, clarifications in that area that probably, if I miss something, the members of the audit committee might just probably jump in and help. But one thing that I would like to note in particular is the committee had requested something from that financial statements to be changed. And this is in the statement of operations and accumulated surplus, and it also appears in the schedule of segmented disclosure. And I reference them on page 5 and page 11 of the financial statements. The committee had requested that something be changed there. The recreation and arts and culture were combined together, but I think the committee requested that be separated so that we have a recreation line and the other one we have arts and culture. So that has been done, and if I make reference, if you look at page 5 and page 11 of the financial statements, I have highlighted them in yellow.
Councilor St. Martin?
So that will be page 173 of the package, but I think it's, sorry.
Mr. Reeves, through to Director Orwa. This is a question not related to that. Thank you for separating them, and it's much clearer. When we had the auditors present at the committee meeting, they had talked about confirming some assets such as the dirt at the airport. Was that resolved, or was there an adjustment made?
Through the chair to Councillor St. Martin, that is going to be addressed, I think in 2027 financial statements. The reason being the auditors had already picked it up as part of our inventory. And when we did check, and I think I confirmed that with the CEO also, we do sell that dirt. And because we do sell that dirt as part of our inventory. So the auditors left it as is in the financial statements.
Okay, thank you very much.
Feel free to proceed, Mr. Orwa.
Apart from that, I think that is the only change in the financial statement, and I'll just now give room to the audit committee members if there's anything they would like to share with the rest of the council members who are not in. I always stay clear of that area and leave it for the committee chair.
I thank you, Mr. Reeve. I've already asked the one question that I had. If there's questions from the other councillors, I'm sure we can, or administration can answer those questions.
Just for the individuals who weren't at the or present at the taxation committee, there was a couple deficiencies that were pointed out. Just so one is with the Whitecourt regional landfill. As far as audited financials, they don't do that. Again, we're a minority, partner in that. It's been an ongoing thing for years, just so you understand if you're looking at the deficiencies. And then there was a couple more in there around segregation of duties. When this report was happening at the time, Mr. Orwa wasn't with us, and some of the timelines on the reconciliations and the segregation and somehow of how things are kind of managed internally have already been addressed, and that was mentioned at the meeting. Just so if you're reading the report and you weren't here, you know that some of that has been already internally dealt with. Councillor St. Martin.
I'd be willing to make the recommended motion if there's no more questions. That council adopt the 2025 audited financial statements for the year end December 31st, 2025.
Thank you, Councillor. Discussion on the motion? Councillor Dean?
Do we need to say as amended? Or is this the audited? Yeah, okay.
Any further discussion on the motion? Councillor Whitten?
Oh, no discussion, no.
With that, I'll call the question, all in favor? That's moved. We'll go down to 11B dash, or 5, the 2026 mill rate.
Thank you very much, Reese. So again, this is part of the discussion that took place also with the committee, and we went through different scenarios of our mill rates. And if you can pull the scenarios up there. So we had different scenarios, but in the scenarios that was presented to the committee, we had not included the increase in the requisition for school and also for the decrease in, I think the seniors decreased, but the school increased substantially. And those ones were not captured in the original presentation that we had to the committee. So now in this particular scenario, I did give you two options there. One, with the usage of the surplus as we had discussed, if we were to use all of it. And then the second one, I did put in one with without the surplus. So we'll go through the first one with the surplus that we went through with the committee. And you can now see that in the first scenario there, just for understanding for probably those who are not in other council members who didn't attend the committee meeting, from the left side I have the categories of different areas where we're generating the assessments. And then the second column is a current assessments, what they are today. And then the next assessment, the next column is 2024 assessment. Then the following column, I put the variance. I just wanted to see between last year assessment and the current assessment, what was the increase? Because remember when the assessor came in, he said there was at least 5% increase in assessment. So that is why I generated those two columns. Now you can see between those, the variance itself comes to around 115 million. So year over year, the two assessments, that was the increase in assessments. Then in the next one, the first colored part is now I'm now comparing the current mill rate. If I were to leave just the mill rate the way they are today and subject it to the increase in the assessment, what will it generate for me in terms of revenue? And you can see the next column, 2025 mill rates left as is. That is what is in our current bylaw. And then the second part is now the levy. So just multiply our mill rates with the assessment. So it's generating about 1 million in revenue. Now, so that was just to compare and assess. Based on that, now I know where the drivers are. Then in scenario one, I said, then why don't we increase our 2025 mill rates by 1.5%? If you do that, you will see those are the mill rates. It's just across all categories. This particular scenario, the tax levy is generating 27,164,000. Now, if you continue down below there is something I put there, operating surplus. This is where we are saying, what if we use the surplus 2,500, as we say, to offset anything that we're talking about? And in this case, the increase in our budget was 199,907 after we had reduced the 30,000 that we talked about earlier from HR and from the NRED area. So that one, the total revenue is now 27,464. So based on that revenue, we are now comparing it with what council passed as the interim budget. So, and that's what I'm showing now below. So the total revenue that was passed as the interim budget was 34,205. Then, but we want to back out the seniors, we back out the school, we back out the DIP, which is designated industrial property, because there we don't have any control. Money comes in, money goes out. So once we back those ones out, our total budget is now 26 million. That is now what we need to run the municipal programs. So we compare it with the revenue above. So 27,464,000 less 26,414, you can see we are getting 650,000 additional revenue. And that one is very different from what I showed in the committee level, because the school was about 6 million, but now I've added about 660. And that is actual requisition that we will collect and pay out. So that is 1.5. Then I continued with the same analysis in scenario 2. This time I said, let me bump it up a little bit by 1.576%. And you can see what's happening there. I'm generating additional 670. So in this case, as I continue increasing the percentages, I'm generating more revenue. So if you look at 2%, I'm generating 784. If you look at 2.2%, the next yellow line, I'm generating another 837. If you look at the next scenario 5, 2.5%. And I think at that point, when we were discussing this with the committee of course had recommended 2.5% increase at that time. So that is the scenario that was recommended, and that's why you'll see it in the recommendation of my RFD talking about 2.5%. And again, before I continue, I want to make it clear that this is not something that is going to be concluded today. I wanted to bring it in so that we discuss, and once I know the direction, I will plug it in the bylaw, and the bylaw will come back to council for approval before it goes to municipal affairs. Continuing into scenario 5, I put 2.5, you can see 917,000 generated. And scenario 6 at 3%, now I'm hitting 1 million. And then I went even to 3.5. It comes to about 1.1 million. I think I went to that particular scenario because I started looking around our neighbors, and one of the neighboring municipality had increased theirs by about 4.something%. So I wanted just to have those scenarios just in case a council might have to go that way. So those are the mill rates with the 500,000 included as the surplus. Then if you go to the next table, now I've decided, okay, what if we take the 200,000? So we take the 500,000 out. How would it look like? And you can see the difference, what comes out now. So you can see it starts decreasing in terms of revenue all the way. So from 150 to 170, and it continues all the way. That is without the surplus. Remember, we'll be talking about this and going back to the budget. But on the budget side, in order to balance that budget, I've already factored in the 200,000 increase in the budget to balance that budget. So that means if we were to use 500, already there's 300,000 left. Again, at the same time, if you recall, the CEO had talked about the ICF. When we generated the revenue that we sent to, not generated, but calculated the ICF portion that we were expecting from the town, we used a higher percentage, which I think they might say, no, we are not going to follow, or yes, they might agree with. So if at all they said no, then as we said, there's going to be a shortfall there. So maybe that 300,000 might be used for that shortfall. I don't know yet, and what direction that discussion will take. So at this point, again, prior to us coming through, the chair of the committee had requested me to generate two additional scenarios. And I've circulated that one. Those papers are on your desks. And on the first scenario, I think the chair had suggested, what if we have it as flat? That is no change in mill rates. So that's the first one. We have no change in mill rates. In other words, I use the current assessment, but apply the 2025 mill rates. And you can see at that point, we're having a deficit of 251,000. Then if you flip on the next one, at the same attachment you're holding, it is the same, no change in mill rates, but this time I've only applied the deficit, which is 251, to zero it out. So that is the maximum I can apply from the surplus to get to zero. So that is one request that the chair had made earlier today. And then the next one, I think there are two of them. If you look at the next one, the request was, what if we only increase the residential by 1% and we increase the non-residential by 1.5%? What would that look like? And in that scenario, that's the first one, you can see if you follow, I increase the 2025 mill rate by 1% for non-residential and 1.5% for residential and 1.5% for non-residential. You can see at the bottom, I'm generating another 635,000 in revenue. But if I take out that 500, which is also attached to the same sheet, it reduces the revenue to 135. So those are just scenarios that the chair had requested. So based on that, maybe I'll just open the floor for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Orwa. Discussion from council? Councilor St. Martin?
Mr. Chair, through the council, with the scenarios in our package, there's been a considerable change from the Tax and Finance Committee, where the 2.5% would actually generate close to, I guess, I'm on the wrong one, $900,000 surplus. And so I guess I would ask council to consider the 1.5% increase versus the 2.5.
Councilor Whitten?
Through the chair, just to administration, what is the inflation? So what would that be? To Mr. Orwa or to Matthew?
We forecasted at 2.5.
Also, just like to point out that they also, when we had these scenarios, they also mentioned that fuel or costs increase are coming up. They did take some of that into account, but we also don't know where the global markets are, so we could end up seeing a higher expense than what we have on here. A couple other things that we've seen in the past that I think we still need to keep in mind is non-payment of oil and gas. It kind of went away. It's becoming more and more redundant again. We are already another 2 million in uncollected that we're looking at. I believe it was 400,000 that is negotiated right now in the ICF that we may end up having to pay or pay a portion of. And over the last couple of years on the non-residential side, we've also had assessment challenges which were taken away up to, I think it was $1 million in what we were anticipating. So given that, I would be very cautious in, I mean, yes, we have on paper right now, or if we go with a 2.5%, $917,000 surplus, but with some of those other factors that have been taking money out of our budget year over year, I don't believe that that's what we're actually going to realize. Councillor St. Martin, you had your hand up there too.
So with the 1.5%, you're still generating an additional $650,000 with the $500,000 coming from surplus, right? If we pull the 500 coming from surplus, of course, that brings you down to $100,000 and some odd $1,000. But then we would be adding we'd have approximately 1.5 million surplus that's unrestricted, and then 1 million going into reserves. So it's about $2.5 million. That's one's building up the reserves and the other is unrestricted surplus. Well, I guess they both are, right? But anyways, that's what I would ask council to consider. I'd love to hear from the rest of council.
Council? Councilor Dean?
Through the chair to council, yeah, I would agree with the Reeve that we don't know for sure whether we're gonna have those unforecasted expenses, but based on the history of the past few years, I think there's a good chance that both those scenarios would play out. I'd be in favor of a 2.5.
Councilor Whitten?
Through the chair to council, I do kind of agree with both Councillor Dean and the Reeve for just the fact that I do know that we're probably going to get stiffed in our oil and gas taxes, I think, because I don't think that that they're doing as well as possible as they could be. I mean, there's some things I think that are probably coming down the pipeline that are gonna affect that, so I mean, I think we're gonna have to proactively think ahead for this. That's probably gonna happen, so I mean.
Councilor McNeil?
Thanks. In the committee meeting, I had supported the 2.5% increase, but based on the new information, I've actually kind of would be leaning towards less of an increase, mostly because when we looked at the additional funds and allotting, like we already have 1.2 million set aside for duffel accounts for oil and gas, so I figure at least a good portion of that's covered. The $450K for ICF studies that hopefully we won't need. And we haven't done anything with cold mix, the restoration, so that was a concern. But when I look at the numbers, like our residential improvements, that's a 7.4% increase on the current, from the 2024 assessment to our current assessment. So what I was trying to get a handle on is, although I wanna stick with the cost of living and the fuel thing and so on, is that's significant. But also in looking at the really high increase in the school fees this year and thinking about what the impact is per resident, then that's something I'm concerned about. We already have 8 million in this quarter that's been noted on our permit side going into next year, that I think next year we actually will be in, it's so far looking in indicators or economic growth and so on, that next year will be a good year. But I just think a lot of our residents have really struggled this year, and I wonder about increasing it that much and what that full, because if we go 2.5 on top of the increase of assessment that we already have and the school fees, we're looking at a very substantial increase per household. So.
My caution is worrying about our mill rate versus the provincial requisitions. Yeah, in conversations we've had in the past with residents, even last year when we set a mill rate at, it was 4%, and the provincial requisition was 10%. The residents came back and there was individuals whose comments were, well, if you're only gonna do 4% and the province is at 10, why didn't you go back 6% so that you know who you are? We have our operations that we need to fund, and unfortunately are independent of the provincial ask. And the provincial ask is, I believe, 10% this year and another 10% next year. So it was I believe it was a 3 or 4 year over, year over year that they had presented. I think it was 3 years presented to us starting last year. And we can't jeopardize our operations and our service levels to our residents based off of the provincial budget, unfortunately. That would be my caution. Councillor Whitten?
Through the Reeve to council, I'm just thinking, like, is it unreasonable to ask, like, to be in line with inflation, or, I mean, just wondering, like, if that's just an unreasonable ask.
Councillor St. Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Rafe, through to Councillor Whitten. We had a 5% increase in assessment. We've increased the operating budget $1 million already, right?
Yeah.
I believe we should have some recognition of a inflationary amount in there. That's why I'm recommending the 1.5.
Councillors, Councillor Wright? And Councillor
Through the chair to council, most of my concerns were already addressed, I'm more in favor for the 1.5, I just wanted to share my opinion.
Councillor Coogan?
Yeah, for me, it was a question going back to where we did the, where we increased, where we were spending money. And so that's where my dilemma is. I think that what we did was we increased spending in areas that may not be quite what our residents would be in favor of. The other thing is that even though the assessments increased, like Councillor McNeil said, is that the dollars are still coming out of the same pockets, and I think we're at 1.5, we're very close in the ballpark where we should be. We may, make it 1.8 or something like that, but I struggle with budgeting for a surplus. That's one thing that is always something that we have to understand the dynamics, but we shouldn't do. So I'm more inclined to lean towards 1.5 myself.
Just a question I have for administration, with the budget that's presented, what was the number coming out of reserves to fund our budget?
So from
if you look at from the capital standpoint, it's about let's have those numbers in here. A total of 9.2 million.
So, and that's from reserves?
No, not from reserves. That's the total overall.
Yeah.
So we had 1.2 million from grants. We had 300 from ICF. We had 1.6 from DRP. We had 600 from investment income. So that part funds part of the capital. Then from the taxation side, it was about 5.4 million. 5.4 million, that is money coming from taxes to fund capital. Yeah. So one thing that probably I just want to again mention, which has been mentioned, yes, it is true, I didn't take out the 5% when I increased the tax revenue. So that 5% is still there. And then, so if it is 5% and you go 2.5%, somebody would say that's 7.5%. If 5%, 1.5, so that will be 6.5%.
So just going back to the RFD we're coming back to, just looking, we have 675,000, so just about $750,000 coming out of reserves though to fund this budget. 675, 677 and 10 cents. But I just find, and this is just on the summary of funding sources in 11B3 under, or I guess 200 of that or so, $500,000 from reserves. My caution is that the budget that we're providing, if we're still taking money out of reserves to fund it, we're not technically funding it at the level that we have because we're still moving money out of savings. So I just caution going backwards in what we've been trying to work out, because if a piece of equipment or road fails, I mean, we have the reserve sitting there. I'd hate to not have that. Mr. Ferris first.
Just 2 points for additional context is our current reserve policies set ideal rates. None of those reserves are at those ideal rates that are currently established by council. Now, if you're okay with lower rates, then you can bring the policy back, but the policy direction of council currently says our reserves are underfunded. And then there was also 2, possibly 3 items that occurred in the budget deliberations where we said we may reopen to relook at when some new data came. One was the one fire truck. We've also spoken to the mowers, and I can't remember the third one. All of those would end up having to come out of reserves if there was not a surplus associated with that as well. So the overall reserve draw would probably be higher than forecasted if that's the route you go.
Thank you. Councillor St. Mark?
Mr. Reeves through to council, so if I understand correctly, there was $1 million, 50% that was gonna be going back into the reserves from the 2025 unrestricted surplus. So, as well, if this 500,000 gets pulled out of here, that potentially could go back to reserves as well, which would be $1.5 million replenishing reserves. Or being able to draw upon should we have an unbudgeted expenditure that presents itself throughout the year.
Councillor Whitten?
To the read to, just so that I understand this, so we're already, if we just go with the 1.5, that means we've already went up 6.5% already. On top of the school tax. It is 12 right now.
Mr. Ferris?
Just to clarify through the chair, when you say we, I believe you're speaking for council. Council does not control the assessments. The only thing you control is the mill rate. Now, the assessments did go up 5%, but the ownership of that isn't something council has any authority on. All you can do is set the mill rate. But just for clarity, it's not, the county would not be doing that. Your rate is the mill rate, and that's what you said.
Through administration to clarify, again, a 5% increase in assessment, but that assessment growth doesn't mean every property goes up 5% plus the mill rate. It could be, we have a large, we'll say, subdivision that's actually grown and there's buildings in there, and so part of the assessment, when the growth goes up, it doesn't get applied to every property per se, but as a county as a whole, we have an increase and there's new builds, there's new, obviously improvements in some areas where it will go up, but just to be aware, that's not every property that it's applied to. Councillor St. Martin?
Mr. Reeves through to council, just to maybe clarify and move the discussion forward. I think at this point in time, the whole mill rate discussion can continue to have that until the mill rate bylaw comes forward from administration. I think what administration is looking for direction for right now is the $500,000 operating surplus. Are we gonna keep it in here or are we gonna take it out? Under each of the scenarios, it's providing for a healthy surplus. Moving the $500,000 out of this mill rate scenario either funds additional projects or can be transferred back into reserves and pulled out for other purposes or left there to build the reserves. So if we could focus maybe on that at this point in time, do we want to keep the 500,000 2025 unrestricted 500,000 in this scenario?
Councillor McNeil?
Thank you, through the chair and to council. Speaking about the 500K, and I guess one of my things that I'm really struggling with this budget when I look at it, we have 400K in recreation site upgrades, but we don't have cold mix restoration of service levels that we have had going back many years. So then I guess part of my ask would be would it be reasonable to apply this 500,000 to our cold mix programs? Or is that gonna make any sufficient dent in something that we can get some of those projects moving forward to restore the level of service to at least to some of the properties that have had it in the past?
Administration?
Through the chair, just keep in mind that that's partially the budget discussion. So that entirely council's prerogative. Could we do that? Sure. I'm happy to have those discussions here or at the budget item. But I'll leave that up to the chair just from.
Questions on the table right now.
Okay. So certainly, so there are multiple cold mix avenues within there, Tower Road's in there for $900,000. There are some select improvements. There's also $100,000 within the capital budget for hard servicing analysis. So right now, within the next, I believe within the next 2 months, our servicing standards are being brought to GNP and hopefully council for adoption, and that sets the standards we have for our different road classifications. One of the capital projects for $100,000 currently is a classification project of all of our roads. The hard surfacing, cold mix, however you want to describe it, there has been a historical misunderstanding that some of our design was meant as a dust control, not necessarily as a hard surface program. That discussion on if we want to set that standard and that service level has not happened at council yet. So we're doing that plan to look at the analysis based on our servicing standards, and we're going to provide council with a recommendation, at which point council can say, no, these ones are absolutely hard surface, these ones aren't. So we're not guessing, at which point then we can put in a 10 or 15 year road improvement plan that we're all on the same page of, rather than doing little spots as they arise.
Councilor Neal, do you have a follow-up?
I do. Thank you for that. I'm curious about, you said going forward for another study, because in another document we were given back in December, I believe, it said in early 2024, the county retained McElhaney to assess performance and condition of the 55 cold mix roads consisting of over 67 kilometers. So are we spending $100,000 on a study we just did 2 years ago?
Through the chair, no. That was an assessment of the quality of the roads. There is currently no governance direction from council on what the level of standard of those roads are supposed to be. We've reviewed them as they are, but there isn't a policy, there isn't a direction, there isn't a plan that says that is the actual standard that council wants us to follow. So this project is assigning a level to it, confirming it with council, so we have our marching orders.
I can follow up because councilors here were part of that last study. That one was assessing the conditions of the road, the thickness of the road, trying to do core samples on the base. It's just getting more information on what those roads actually are. And I believe the new study is to see if cold mix or hot mix or what the actual what is, I guess, the best option based off of service levels for those. So it did same roads but different focus scope on one of this. Councillor Kuchen first, and then Councillor St. Martin.
Yeah, part of the, through the chair to Matthew, I think part of that discussion, was before you were here, was that there was a lot of those roads that needed to be rebuilt before we even assessed that, and that was part of that study. So, I think that, going ahead and, putting money into that would be a little difficult, not knowing whether that road could accept that type of surface. So.
Councillor St. Martin.
Mr. Reeves, through to council. So if I understand this correctly, we have this study or report coming. We hope to get it in 2026. If and at that time we decide we want to do more cold mix roads, we could in fact approve it as unbudgeted, funded by surplus. Okay. If there's no other questions.
Councillor Whitten.
Okay.
Through the chair to council, I was just to move this along, I was just figuring so it's the question of leaving the 500,000 in or taking it out and maybe meet in the middle at 2% increase.
Councillor St. Martin.
So yes, taking the 500 out or leaving it in is the question. And as far as what percentage, we can deal with that at a future meeting.
Okay, Councillor Dean, did you have a? Okay, Councillor St. Martin, are you gonna make a motion?
I'd like to move that council direct administration to move the 500,000 operating surplus out of the 2026 mill rate scenarios.
Thank you. Motion on the floor, discussion on the motion? Seeing any, call the question, all in favor? Okay, it's carried. Anything else in the mill rate discussion, or are we leaving the Mr. Orwa?
The chair, just for clarification, we're bringing back the bylaw May 7th. And just wanted some little direction there on what I need to plug in that first bylaw that I'll be bringing to council.
They're looking for a number. I'm going to make a motion the council adopt a mill rate increase of 2% for implementation in the 2026 taxation year. 1.5 or 2.5, I'm just gonna start in the middle. Discussion on the motion? Councillor McNeil?
Just asking through to, I guess maybe Councillor St. Martin on the motion. It seemed that you were wanting to delay the decision on the mill rate to the next meeting. I'm just trying to understand.
For clarification on my motion, Mr. Orwa said that they need numbers to put into the scenario for the bylaw for the next meeting.
Okay, that's what I just wanted to clarify. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Reeve, through to Director Orwa, I think at this point in time, you have a motion for 2.5. And we'll have to have that debate when the bylaw comes forward.
Just for clarification, there's no motion for 2.5. We had a motion at a taxation committee to recommend to council, but there is no council motion for 2.5. Current motion on the floor is for 2%. Any further discussion on the 2% motion, or I'm gonna call the question?
Mr. Reeve, I'd just like through you to council, keep in mind that there's a $2 million surplus, and I assume that a large portion of that will go into the reserve. There'll be 2 million that goes into reserves, or 1 million.
Over 2, it's about 2, yes.
Okay. So for any unbudgeted or fuel increases or any of those things, we do have the 2025 surplus that is going into reserves. Thank you.
And for my clarification though, also, there are a lot of uncertainties that have presented themselves in the past. And this municipality in the past financially has got itself into trouble with too many unbudgeted projects, and that was part of where we ended up in our financial shortfalls before. So last one, speaking to the motion, and then I'm gonna call the question.
Yeah, just through the chair, I just wanted to make sure, so we have a motion on the floor for the 2%, but this is coming to a next meeting, right? So
We'll come to the next meeting to
With-
pass the bylaw.
to pass the bylaw, so it can be discussed there.
And so we discussed further.
Yes, okay, yep, that's all I just needed was clarification. So,
I'll call the question, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, they need a number for the bylaw next week, so somebody else wants to make a motion? Councillor Dean?
A move that we direct Director Orwa to use a mill rate of 1.5, mill rate increase 1.5.
Okay, motion on the floor, Mr. Ferris?
Just to prefer if we didn't direct Mr. Orwa. If we can.
Direct administration, sorry. He was the one asking.
Motion discussion at 1.5%. Call the question, all in favor? Carried. Brings us to 11B3 2026 operating capital budget revision update.
Excuse me, Mr. Reeve, I just,
Mr. Dean?
before we leave that item, I just need to make a comment that we have numbers being bandied about this table of, there's a $500,000 surplus, there's a $2.2 million surplus. It's not contained in the RFDs, it's not explained. And personally, I found it a little confusing and hard to follow this. And I would like all of the information so that we can make a good informed decision. So the surplus scenarios, how they could be divided up. Our standard practice is 50% goes into reserve, but it's not reflected anywhere in these scenarios. So that's just a comment.
Thank you, Councillor. Back to 2026 operating and capital budget provision updates. Now that we have our mill rate at 1.5, any other discussion? Just one of my question to administration, given we have the numbers from the RFD here, do you need to bring this back with revisions in? Or are we still good here?
No, I think with this one, we're just good here.
Okay. Councillor St. Martin?
Mr. Reeves, through to administration, either CEO Ferris or Director Orwa, can you explain in our 2025 financial statements, it's actually showing a $4 million surplus, is that correct?
Thank you, Mayor. Through the reeve to Councillor St. Martin. That is correct. Now, during the committee meeting, I did explain that I was going to break down that unrestricted so that we know exactly what needs to go into the surplus. And when we were doing that breakdown, that is why in that motion you see I'm requesting 2.2 million to be removed into the reserves, which of course 500,000 is part of that 2 million. Now, where is that difference now in between that number and the 4 million? And I think that might also explain part of Councillor Dean's question. I found out that that is part of the savings that we realized from our East and West Mountain Road debenture. And that, remember, if you recall, when Director Jeff was still here, we were projecting over 900,000. So when we looked at the actuals that came through after the audited financial statements, which I think I'd already shared with the chair, in that scenario, the balance savings came to around 1.8 million. So there was about 600,000 saved from West Mountain Road and another 1.1 million saved from East Mountain Road. So if you add those together, it's about 1.8. And that's what tallies into the 4 million that you're talking about. So I didn't want to include the other 1.8 million because it's very definite, it refers to the debenture and very specific. And again, if you recall from my first explanation early days, I'd reached out to Alberta Capital's Treasury and I did ask them, if we save money from the debenture that we got from you, what is the direction? And they referred me back to the loan agreement. And in the loan agreement, it's very clear. One, any savings from what we give you, use that money to pay for the principal. Two, if you don't do that, cut for us a check back of 1.8 million. Then my next email to them was I requested them, please, we are going to use that money for the same road. Can you allow me to use it? And they came back and said, if you can convince us that you're going to use money for the same road, then we would allow that. So that's why I was requesting the chair of the committee at that time that in case, if that is the case, should we not use that 1.8 to direct administration to keep that money specifically in the reserves for the East Mountain slide that we've been talking about. So if you add that together, that's where you get back to the 4 million. But I didn't include the 1.8 because it's very specific, it refers to the debenture and it was going to cause a lot of confusion.
Councillor St. Martin?
So Mr. Reeve, I'd like to propose a motion that council approves the transfer of $1.850 million from the 2025 unrestricted surplus into the reserves and direct administration to use it towards East Mountain Road slide.
Counselor Dean?
So just a question to the motion. Mr. Irwood, you said that in your communication with the GOA, they said if you can convince them that you're going to use the money for the same road. So did you have that conversation? Did you get clarification that that project for the slide qualifies for those that excess in the grant funding?
Yes, I did explain to them what exactly, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Dean, I did explain to them what the intentions were and what we wanted to use this money for.
Okay, thank you.
Just through to administration, given that it is specific what we have to use that on that road area, do we need to make a motion for it if it's already part of the circumstances with the funding? Mr. Orwa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reason why we need a motion is because if you look at the financial statements, it's sitting on the unrestricted surplus. So what that means, if we don't pull that money into the reserves, yes, the money is in the bank, but from the book's perspective standpoint, if you don't pull that money out of the reserves, then it will go through what they call the accumulated surplus, which is our retained earnings, and you can never get that money out.
That's, thank you. So motion on the floor. Any other discussion on the motion? Call the question, all in favor? That's moved. Back to the RFD. We do have a few motions here for the operating capital budget. Councilor St. Martin?
Mr. Reid, just for clarity's sake, since related to the unrestricted surplus, so what does administration estimate to be now the unrestricted surplus, excluding the 1.85 million?
So through the chair to Councillor St. Martin, 2.213 283, which is our motion 4.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Back to the RFD. We have 4 motions on the table here if anyone wants to start. Councilor Dean?
I'll move the council adopts the 2026 operating budget as presented.
Thank you, Councillor. Discussion on the motion? Call the question, all in favor? It's moved. Motion 2, Councillor Wright?
I'll make a motion that council adopt the 2026 to 2035 plan as presented.
Councillor. Discussion? Call the question, all in favor? It's moved. Motion 3, 5-year operating plan, Councillor Whitten.
I'll move that council adopts the 5-year operating plan as presented.
Thank you, Councillor. Discussion on that motion? Call that question, all in favor? It's moved. And then for the 2.213, Councillor McNeil.
I'll move that council approves the transfer of $2,213,293.69 from the 2025 surplus into the reserves.
Thank you, Councillor. Discussion there, Councillor St. Martin.
So just for clarification, half of that goes into, typically per policy, half of that would go into reserves. The other half is available for council if we want it to go into reserves or to allocate it to do additional projects or.
Okay, motion on the floor. Or any other discussion on the motion? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. 11C1, the Q1 2026 infrastructure services report.
Just, it's 2 o'clock.
Okay, sorry, we'll
Just take a quick break while you guys switch your out.
is a delegation for 2 o'clock? I see she's here as well.
Yeah, she is.
Okay, I'm going to, I gotta sign off here. I have to meet somebody, so I'm gonna pass it over to Councillor Dean. And then I'm not sure if you wanna do your delegation first, I guess, or it's up to you.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I think the ask was for a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, just for a 5-minute recess while we switch.
Sure, yep. So I can call a recess at 1:58, 5-minute recess at 1:58.
We're good,
We're
Ron?
good, okay. So then we'll move to item 11C.1, the Q1 2026 Infrastructure Services Report. And I'll turn it over to administration.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, through the chair to council. We're looking for a recommendation to receive the Q1 2025 Infrastructure Service Report as information. I pulled a few and the quarterly update supports council's oversight of progress towards the county's strategic priorities. I won't read the quarterly report in its great detail, but I'm open for questions if you have any.
Sure, so just before I turn it over, Councillor McNeil, I just want to once again compliment staff and in particular you, Greg, for a great report, very informative. And I do want to pass on a thank you from a resident that you and I worked on a project for his road. He asked me specifically to thank you and your department for the quick work and the great results.
Through the chair, thank you very much. When you brought that to me a week or so ago, I passed that on to our teams. They are the ones that were responsible for executing it, and they did well.
Yeah, they sure did.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor McNeil.
Awesome. Thanks through the chair to the infrastructure director. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's great. Two quick questions. On page 203, the fuel at the airport, you mentioned the contract is done or they've stopped, and also the hay at the airport. I'm wondering if the hay is going to be ready to harvest this year, and I'm also wondering if that means we currently have no fuel at the airport, or if the current provider is staying on, if we're going to have a new provider in place before the current or past provider is finished.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, I believe the fuel is going to be ending before we get one in place. We will be offering a tender to see if we can attract somebody else in. Steve actually has what that completion date was. I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
With respect to the haying, absolutely there'll be haying available there this year. Steve has been working on a tender document, which I believe should be getting out in the next day or so, to see which operators out there are interested in haying in that area. It comes with some pretty stringent requirements for obviously working in close proximity to the airport. But I believe his service contract was a 3 to 5 year contract once we secure it.
Okay, awesome. Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions, and I'm prepared to make a motion if anybody else does.
Councillor Whitten.
I was just gonna move.
Okay, go ahead.
The council receives the Q1 2025 Infrastructure Services Report as information.
Thank you, Councillor. Motion on the table. Any questions to the motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to 11D1, the Q1 2026 CAO quarterly report.
The report is there, high level, of the extra projects we said we were going to complete within Q1 when we did our Q4 report. We managed to complete 7 of them. One's in progress, 2 we were deferring until Mr. Edwards and his team got fully staffed just to make sure that we had the proper data. Key highlights, I think, is we launched our welcome guide with great success and great feedback from the public. One new thing within this report is we now have a dashboard for our Nectar program. By no means does this stop recognition of staff in person or when we see good work, but it is another after, once he's had a chance to take the final comments from all of council that he was getting on the 14th of April, I believe it was. So we'll be giving you some options as soon as we defrag from that information that we got from council.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
Any other questions? I just had one, and that is with respect to cutting down that time about with the DRP projects.
To the ministers of any department, it definitely helps. I would say a large portion of it too was some of the relationships we've previously developed with the bureaucracy and how they have a desire to avoid additional scrutiny from ministers. And so they helped us find the clauses and the wording that we needed to do that let them help expedite it as well.
Kudos to you and your staff for making those relationships. So I'd entertain a motion to accept. Councillor McNeil.
Perfect. I'll move the council accept the Q1 2026 Just 1 second. Okay, so I'll start again. The council move into closed session pursuant to Municipal Government Act, Section 197-2, Access to Information Act, Sections 19, 28, 39, and also 30 under strategic items. And to discuss 12.1 strategic items, 12.2 Barhead and District FCSS. And the others have been already covered. I do believe.
That works.
Okay.
Okay. Motion on the floor. Any questions to the motion? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? That's carried. So we are in closed session.